Okay, fumbled a bit of buttons, but we should be live now. Welcome to everyone who's going to see what's going to be on stream. Welcome to everybody watching the recording. We are about to start. So, last time we struggled with a bit of a message spam on some of the Vanbox variants, and I did find the source. To find it here, we have to go to the code. Yep, sorry. That code. Okay. We have to see how we set up the headlights. I kept talking that I will have to redo the headlights in the future, but then never paid too much attention to them, and that was the problem. Because when I copied the front headlights from the truck, if you remember, the trucks had the hood containing the headlights, and it was getting animated folded out. And so the headlights here, you can see they're set as static false and linked to a hood bone. But the models used for the headlights, they don't have any vertex groups for this hood bone because they are not part of this animation anymore. So the way to fix the spam would be to set those as static false and drop those bones. Okay, so that is that. But while we're on this subject, I think it's about time to actually separate those headlights into their correct objects. Because if you see this, the model for the box truck here, and we enable the lights. Okay, yeah, the resolution is correct now. Okay, the front lights, they are kinda close, but not really there. And in game, you can see those objects being in front of the actual headlights, and that is not good. So we need to split those headlights separately. So I have this object here, and let's go to front view. To go to orthographic view, you use numpad numbers 1, 3, or 7. 1 is viewing from back to front, 3 is from left to right, and 7 is from top to bottom. If you use control with the same key, it goes in reverse. So 1 becomes not back to front, but front to back. So that's how you can get it. Also, in any orientation, you can press 5, and that will switch the camera to orthographic view, which loses all perspective, but might be more convenient for precise modeling. Anyway, that is the view we want, and here we need some, well, we want those to be rectangular objects. Well, thankfully, we already have some rectangular shapes around, which we can then use inset tool to move in a bit. So with that inset, here let's now select this edge and select this edge first and dissolve it. Now this edge selected will slide down like a charm. We are not seeing this edge, so we have to go into transparent mode for a bit. And go here, and that edge goes here. Okay, so we can just cut those out as one block, but I actually want to have those two cut out. So to do this, well, first of all, let's replicate the same process here. So let's dissolve this edge. Let's select this face. Let's inset it. This time let's inset it so the bottom edge is visible. Now Okay, so that edge, let's slide it a bit. Yeah, switch. No, it doesn't switch off the magnet mode. Okay, so slide it down till this line here intersects. Is it the best way? Probably not, but anyway, I want this line here to intersect this corner here. But doing this now will actually result in this edge not having enough space to move up where we want it to be. Still, let's slide it up. Still turn out of magnets. Okay, so that's not good. Okay, sliding this one out, and yeah, that, let's scratch all of that. Okay. So moving out is not a good option for preserving the rectangular shape. So let's cancel all this, inset till the closest edge. Okay, yeah, that's the trick that didn't work. Happens quite often, actually. Okay, so select this edge, slide it up where we can see it. Slide that one down. That one goes left. Okie dokie. So here we have those two rectangular boxes. And I wanted both of them because now I can Control R to add a loop cut and move this loop cut so it fits kind of both headlights at the same time. Control R to add another one and move it here. Well, we got some cuts here that we don't really need, but that is just a matter of sliding some vertices into corners. So that goes here, that one goes down, that goes down here. Okay, those two vertices we also can slide in the corners, and that one goes here, then that one goes here. Good. So now we have those headlight shapes. So let's, oops. Why, though? I am a little confused. Okay. So this is a face, and this is a face. But I, for some reason, am unable to select this face without also selecting this one. And, well, the Blender just updated, and is it really trying to think that it is smarter than me and knows better what I want to select? Okay. Well, let's split them one at a time and then join them together. That is a bit annoying. I don't know what is doing it, and that is the most annoying part, to be honest. But we can manage. Okay, so that is our light box front left object. Cool. And that goes in here. Okay. Let's switch off this entire collection. Done. Okay. This here, yeah, same deal. Have no idea why. Okay, okay. Pick shortest path. Why? Okay. Okay. So now I need to hold shift to select several faces. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Anyway, uh, that object is now called light box front right and goes into this collection here. Okay, so now we need to fill in those holes. Okay, and I hope you're not going to give me more issues here. Thank you very much. Okay, so all those edges here need to be made sharp because currently they are sharp since they are the edge of geometry, but when we extrude beyond them, that will have more geometry beyond, and it will, unless it is sharp, will try to smooth this edge out. Oops, sorry. So that is not something we want. Okay, individual origins is correct type, scale to 0. Okay, so now all those holes are filled. So let's let's paint select those faces, average by face area so they are smooth, and now let's select this all. I want you to go to this box texture, scale them into 1 point, and pick the grayish color on the texture for this point. Okay. So here we have the missing headlights, which is good. Next we want the rear lights. And for the box truck we have two types of rear lights. One is those two rounded ones, which are similar to a step van. And the other one is those rectangular ones for fire and ambulance. Let me check this material here. Okay, do we still have a fire? Okay, no, we do not. I just want to... Oh, hello to my first viewer of this stream. I'm really glad you're here, and we are cutting out those lights from the box van variants, because turns out they were what was causing the debug spam last stream. Anyway, we are done with the headlights, and we now have two types of tail lights to process. So let's start with this basic box van. Okay, so here that is not really a rectangular shape, so no point in trying to use inset to cut it out. So let's go straight to our trusty knife tool. Okay, starting from a corner, cut the shape around the light, and that should be done. Well, we have another edge added here because this geometry was too much, but we also want to add a bit more, like this. Okay. So now from here, let's cut this upper line too. And add some edges like this. Okay. now let's move around those excess vertices in the middle of the edges, so we get rid of them. Okay, so I want to cut from here to here, also from here to here and here, and probably want to simplify this plane into several triangles. Okay, so those are, oh, this is one of the tail lights. Okay, cut it out. Let's process the other one. Okay, that basic shape is done. For some reason I decided to cut those supporting edges as I go instead of adding them later. That is also a valid option. Well, anything that suits you is a valid option, because like in almost any creative endeavor, there are no wrong ways. They're just the ways that get the result you want, or those that don't. And the only difference is if you find out something that gives you the same result, but easier. Okay, so here we have the other tail light. Let's select and cut it out to hide them both, and fix those holes to show as, well, something missing, but not a missing geometry. Okay, mark sharp. Extrude not too far, because we have an interior here, and we don't want to clip through into it. Yeah, this interior is hardly ever going to be visible to this degree in game, but I have already seen some YouTube videos with machinima using those animated models. So who knows, maybe there will be some other angles that show those. So let's tug them all in one point so they kind of fill in. Now let's see for paint select all those faces, Alt N average by face area to smooth them out, UV editing, select A for select all, S0 to clump it into one point, and pick the grayish color for this point from the undercarriage. Cool. So now those tail lights are done. Let's give them proper names. So that one is light box rear left object. You go into this collection. This one is light box rear right object, and you also go into this collection. Okay, so that one now has those lights processed. Still need to process those lights. Well, they are rectangular, so in a way that should be simpler. Less cuts at least. Okay, so there are no base rectangular shape here. Well, there is, but it is too big to rely on, and it doesn't support here this vertex here. So using a knife tool, let's cut this tail light out. Also, I prided myself for my mod not really interfering with the gameplay, but I recently discovered that those lights changes I'm doing, they actually add a mechanic in game, because with vanilla where you can't really disable those lights, even if you have the headlights broken or the taillights broken or missing, when you turn on the lights on the front of the vehicle will start emitting some glow. So they will be highly visible in the night. So you can't have kind of a blackout car for sneakily approaching in the night, because every time you brake, there will be some visible lights here and there. With those mechanically removing those lights from here and replacing them with a geometry and something that is textured really elsewhere, when you remove lights with this mod, it will actually black out the car, and it will, well, in case all lights were removed, it's not on all the models there. But in case you can remove all lights, the car becomes more stealthy at night, at least for sneaking up on other players. And, well, me not being a fan of PvP, and PvP being probably the only actual useful application for this bug feature, I'm not sure how I feel about it, but still, sorry. But that's an interesting mechanic. What do you think? Maybe also for roleplay purposes, that is good. Okay, so those lights are now cut out. Separate into object, separate into object. Disable for now. And this one and this one. Edge mark sharp. Okay. Extrude by y-axis. Don't clip the interior. Scale into points. Okay. Now C to paint select. No. Paint select of faces. Alt N average by face area. UV editing. Ambulance. Well, that's largely going to be the same, but just wanted to make sure the correct texture is enabled here. Okay, so that one is now done. So those lights. This is a light, a box amp, rear left object, light, box amp, rear right object, and both of you go in here. Okay. So those are good. So let's re-export all those items here, including the new lights. Okay. Export into FBX. Well, you still don't seem to see the UI, and unfortunately full screen is not going to work this time because I have to juggle OBS on the same screen, and I kinda don't really want to share that with you. Not because I don't trust you, but because that's just not something pretty. Okay, so let's go to some Boyd workshop. Yeah, those are some of the mods that I'm kinda. Oh, sorry, I forgot you don't see those. Okay, maybe a sneak peek is in order. So, but this is just the mods that I had a hand in. Well, those two are kind of add-ons to existing mods. This one is just some crafting recipes. That is not mine, that's a template. Well, dynamic covers is what I promised to work on last Sunday, but yeah, just life got in a way of getting this stream done. That one was fun to work while it lasted, but then I got asked to stop because, yeah, turned out Shark and Seeds were not happy that I was adding armor to their vehicles. They wanted to do that themselves. Anyway, we're interested in PZK Animated, contents, mods, media, models, vehicles, and here, vans file. Okay, so now we want only armature and mesh, only visible objects, and normally I would only keep this all actions here and remove this one, and then simplify this to 0.1. But if I do this, here you see this file is 2.5 megabytes. If I export it without this setting, okay, please, yeah, okay. If I export it without this setting, it drops by a whole megabyte. But that might give us an issue with this rolling door. Anyway, now we have those more models. Let's switch to text. And actually change those lights too. Okay, so that is going to be a van light front, van light rear. Those are kind of fine for the other vans. They are going to be useful, but here we want to make copies of those. Okay, so here we want to copy, make, how was it called? Van box in one? No, it's one dash box. Okay, one dash box light front left. Here, let's, if I remember correctly, those were named like this. Light box. Okay, and for rear lights, same deal. Van box, and box here, box there. Okay. Yeah, I just got an interesting question. If you would be interested in not watching just me struggling with mods, but seeing me play with Zomboid, I'm not sure what format, maybe something like this 10K challenge where I start full vanilla CDDA mode and then try to reach 10,000 zombies killed within a year, and obviously started from scratch if I get killed. So that's like one challenge that I once got so painfully close to completing, but at about 9,500 kills, I finally got too careless. And well, you know, you probably can guess what happened. Okay, so those Headlights rears and headlights front. Use the box models from here. Okay, so that goes right here. Next, the ambulance. Here for ambulance, yeah, I kept those rear lights and I called them like box ambulance. Don't remember if I used them here. Yeah, I already reassigned them here. Though the front lights, they need to be retargeted to box instead. And now those lights here, they need to be box amp, and that one also box amp. Is that right? Okay. Oops. Double check. Yes, box amp are the ambulance lights. Okay. So that should be the ambulances, well, the ambulance and box truck all done. Now, what do we have next? We have like box ambulance, box fire truck. Next would be box or van brig. Okay, let's set this one up. We already have all the models set up, so let's just make a script for it before we start the arduous process of starting the game. Okay, scripts. Let's copy this then box script. Control C, Control V. Then rename, and that would be then brig animated. Okay, so here van brig. The core model, also let's call it van brig A. Let's paste correct base vehicle object name. That would be, yeah, we called it van bed because it also has a flat bed. Okay. Next, it does not have a rear door. Okay, it does reuse the same interior as other vans, so we don't need special objects. It uses default doors, well, default front doors and front windows, but those are defined in the animate this van box bit here, those models. I kinda maybe want to move them actually out of here now that I have a more fitting place for them. So let's take those models out of here and paste them in here. Okay. So now we have two sets of van doors, but we also want the doors to be not just front, but rear as well. Okay. So let's add just some names. And for Windows 2, window right. Let's set it to rear right. Okay. And the box doors and box windows are not something we want. Okay, next we have the hood here. We don't need box hood. And let's drop the hood from this script then. Okay, so now that hood actually goes into the script that uses it. Same with windshield. This base windshield. And, well, the rear windshield, that is going to use its own, I believe. Okay, so we want to drop box windshield. And this van rear windshield, that is going to be brick specific. Okay, so how do we call this rear windshield of a brick? This rear window bed. Okay, and that's a static one, which is correct here. Good. Now, seats. The same seats we're using here are going, well, front seats that are used here are going to be used here. That's no problem, but in addition to them, we also have rear seats, and those rear seats are specific for a brick because we have other six-seater vans with a set of seats. So, yeah, we want to make those specific. Okay, and let's get their names. Where, yeah, seat bed, rear left. Okay, so that is one, and that is the other. So just copying and pasting those names helps you avoid some typos, because sometimes you fat finger a button and that doesn't help. Okay, so lights. Front light, front right, yeah, those lights are shared. In fact, we probably no longer need those in here. Okay, let's drop them. Okay. Oh, sorry, I accidentally deleted a seat and a light instead of two front lights. And that got me a bit confused. Okay, so now we no longer need those lights here on. We actually no longer don't really need those rear lights too, but we don't have a script that uses them yet. Because this brick, its rear lights, yeah, they are brick specific. Okay. And let's get their names from here. Yeah, and surprisingly, they have a bed suffix within them. So let's copy here and copy that here. Okay, so those lights here are fine. Okay, and yeah, the box light here don't really need it. And okay, I think I noticed a problem here. Yeah, that light is not properly renamed into a box light. Okay, good catch. Next, don't want this box light and those box lights too. And we're now into a template. Okay, so we don't have another model for a door rear, so that goes away. Doors front, they use basic front doors, but we want two more of those. We have also rear doors left and rear door right. With those changes here, hood is also not the box variant, but a basic hood. Here, windows front are don't have anything to do with box anymore. Okay. Next, we want two more windows here, but for rear. So you use your parented to a rear door, and using rear model, you are also rear right, not front right. Okay, that is fine. Windshield no longer box. Seats, 2 front seats, fine. We want 2 more seats here. Seat rear left is, well, modeled specifically for a brig seats. Also, I need to double check if I have those letters correctly. Set up here. Brig rear left, brig rear right. Okay, that's a light. That's seat. Yes. Brig seats are rear and rear. Okay. Good to know I didn't mess this up. Okay. Now headlights. Front headlights are not the box variant, but a basic variant. Headlight rear are not box, but brig variants. Good. That is, and yeah, the battery should be the same because we're using the same interior. So that script should be now done, and all we have to do is to register it in animations here. Okay, so make a copy of setup, but here, yeah, that is the setup we want actually. So it has 4 doors, it has an open bed, and it has 4 seats. And the name of the template here is, wait. That doesn't sound right. That should be a template. Yeah. That should have a word template here in front. I'm not sure where it got deleted, but good, I caught it. Okay, so that is the template name and the base model name. Okay. All the files are saved, and now we need to add a record here with proper animation ID or config ID, and the vehicle ID. Let's copy it from this list. Okay, so that, oh, hello to the next viewer. How is your day going? Please let me know in chat, or if you have any. Oh, okay, so we apparently got blessed by a bot. Well, any attention is good attention when you're a small channel. But no, thank you, I'm not interested in boosting up my viewership. I prefer slow but organic growth. That's Twitch is not kind of business for me at this moment. Anyway, now we have set up this brig, and what's next on the agenda? Van camper. Well, Van camper is also something we have already processed, I believe. So let's try to make a script for it as well. Okay. Okay, so this camper. Once again, let's take a copy of this brig. Control C, Control V. Let's rename this file into van camper. animated, get rid of this copy. Okay, and so base model is van camper. The object name in the export file is vehicle vehicles van camper. Yeah, that one is ready. Okay, that one goes here. Okay, so let's actually switch to Blender and check its readiness. Okay, Blender is here. Let's disable all of this for now. Get rid of this. Okay, so the camper, it should use default windshield. Yeah, that matches. Then, okay, camper rear right door. So it has its special rear right door. It uses default front and left doors. It uses, well, it doesn't use those doors. Yeah. Yeah, that's for a seater van. Okay, it uses the default hood. It uses default front lights. And it has its own trunk door, if I believe. Okay, so that's the basic. No, it actually uses default trunk doors here. And I just noticed that those trunk doors have those rear lights on them, so they need to be animated. Okay, so the rear is default window or rear window. It has this one as default, but window camper rear right. Okay, so and where is this one? Okay, so that's a separate window object. We'll have to deal with it. So either make it a part of this window here or this window here. And I don't think I know which one to use, so let's get into the game and check it out. So sorry for the long wait that is going on. In the meantime, we got a moment to chat while the game is getting started. Okay. So how is everybody's day going? And please let me know in chat or in the comments if you're watching the recording. What do you think about having more streams dedicated to playthroughs rather than mod making? I'm not sure if I'm that entertaining to watch playing, but who knows? Maybe I have a hidden talent. Okay, so the main menu is probably loaded. If the game lets me see it and not just hear the music. And let's go on, start loading the game. Okay, so the game is started. Let me switch OBS. Okay, so apparently some of the textures got messed up here, but oh yeah, let's make sure, no, not that. Yeah, let's start by enabling the cheats. Get here, install the lights, and well, yeah, apparently the lights are still not configured correctly. Cool. And yeah, the textures on the hood, on the windshield, they're using the wrong file. Anyway, this is the brig. Okay, so the hood is getting opened. The lights are getting out. The lights can go back in. Okay. The battery, yeah, we can remove or install it. That's all good. And the flatbed, yeah, that is getting filled. But here, the rear doors, well, that's kind of funny bug because it uses the wrong doors. Oops. But at least they are properly animated. And those seats here, yeah, those doors are animated too. And same deal here. We can open this door. We can open this door. Okay. So the problems we have so far: wrong doors, wrong rear doors on the brig, and the botched texture and lights here on the box truck. Next, we wanted to check the camper. Van camper here, let's spawn it. Can we get in? Yes, we can. Is there a key? Yes, there is. Is there gas? No, there isn't. Okay, let's go mechanics. Gas tank, cheat, set content amount, some number. Okay, now we have gas. Okay, so I wanted to turn it this way because I want to see which window this is. So first let's remove the rear window, like full on rear windshield. Let's remove, yeah, and you see that window got removed alongside with it. But if we remove this rear right window, that goes only on the doors. Good. Next, let's check the other side to be sure. Yeah, and here, yeah, that's quite obvious. We don't have this rear window here. Well, another thing with this big ass window here that we might want to do is to actually add some interior items to this camper, like a bed, a table, so they can be seen through this window. That's purely optional, but going above and beyond is something I like. Okay, so now this game, let's exit. Okay, let's please hold while I pick the scene. Okay, let's go into text, right? I said text, OBS please. Yeah. Okay, so now let's start by checking the textures on the windshield here. So the windshield, here we have bandbox windshield, which is using, which has a mesh, a shader, and it doesn't use a, doesn't set a texture. Well then why? Okay, so bandbox hood, that's fine. Okay. Box windshield. That is from here, and hood. That is from here. Box animated here, that is fine. And this, yeah, that what broke it. I forgot to rename this template, so that need to be a brig template. And apparently here in animations, that is also not supposed to be a box template. That needs to be a brig. And that's why it was using the wrong headlights, wrong tail lights, all the stuff. Okay, now in brig, rear doors here. Yeah, here we have van It uses van door models, but those are specific for van brick. Do we have those model definitions? And we do not. Why don't we have them? I have no idea. Well, Van Brig, and here, let's check how they are called. Yeah, door, bed, rear. Okay. So that would be a door, bed, rear left, door, bed, rear right. Okay. So those two problems are now solved. Now let's attach the window where it belongs. So the way we can set this window here. Okay, so that object that needs to be because that object would be one with those two windows, it needs to be animated. So let's add a deform armature modifier here and select the only armature we can. So one, and then let's set a vertex group here with just the, how do you call it? Vehicle bone. Assign this whole window to this one bone. And then this rear window, that one we want to have a copy and join it with this window. Okay, so make a copy of this. Let's call it rear window camper. Okay, and that big window now goes to join with this one. Control J, and you see that vertex group got cloned here. Okay, and those two groups were preserved. So now it should have all those, well, all the correct animations set up. Good. Now about that interior. Let's remove the trunk and see it here. Okay, so we have those doors, and we can make kind of a bed here and a table under this window here. Okay, and maybe a seat in here. So that is, should we do it? Oh, should we move on? Okay, let's do it. Because that is not really that hard. The only problem might be is, oh, where is the camper? Yes. Or where do we get the textures from? Okay, so we have some light gray textures here. We have a seat texture. All those white spaces here, those would change alongside with the car, so not really a good place to put some object we want to control the color of. But this light gray should be enough. And we have even lighter gray here, which also might be good enough. Okay. So what do we want to do? First, let's make us, how many seats does it have? And do we want to move them around? Yes, we want. Okay. So that is a seat as it will be in a 6-seater van. The problem with seats is we always need to make the characters face forward. So if we want to have this seat shift duplicated and move it not along the axis. So we want to make a seat for someone sitting at the table here. That's where the seat has to be. And since that is a camper with confined space, we want it to be a slimmer seat. Okay, maybe that hole is not the seat we want to clone. Okay, let's drop this one. And let's grab a middle seat. Duplicate, join into here. I'll move not along the axis. That edge matches here. That side here. Well, first of all, let's make it flat as x0, and then let's make this seat slimmer. Now, that seat gives us a height reference that we want to make sure well, that we keep there, and then for interior, okay, so let's make a copy of this interior here. Actually, let's edit this file here, and yeah, no, it is already relying on this modifier to add this. Okay, and let's add the table to this interior. So a table, that's just a rectangle. So we want to add geometry, add cube. That cube is too big. So let's scale it by Z till it has some appropriate thickness. That's a bit too much still. So like so. Now scale not by Z till it has appropriate size. And now let's use orthographic views to put it somewhere here under this window. And okay, GX. So now that one, make it a bit like this, a bit like this. And a bit like this. Okay, so that is the table. We can pretend that it is like a folding table, so it doesn't need more legs here, though we can add one as well. Okay, should I add a leg there or not? Please tell me what you think, and I'm going to try to do something else in a bit. Okay, next I want to this space here is like away from a window, so it's like a dark corner, a good place for a bed. So let's place it there. Same deal, we control Shift A to add more geometry. A bed is just another cube. Let's scale it down. Okay, using this view, let's position it like so. And using this orthographic view, let's no, let's position it inside here. Okay, make it a bit longer like this. Move that down, but not clip this wheel. Actually, yeah, yeah, let's move it a bit further down, then inset and extrude this up. Okay, with this part here, let's move it along the axis to fill it here. Okay, and finally select those some edges here up top. Let's Control B for bevel and give it some more cuts. Okay, so that gives us like I wanted this to be like a mattress look, but not sure if that gives that effect. Maybe if we go to mesh shading smooth, okay, to this object shading smooth, is it here? Shade smooth, okay, so that is more like it, but some edges here need to be sharp. Okay, edge, mark sharp, and why do you mark those sharp? Please pray tell I don't want them to be edge clear sharp. Okay, so that's kind of bad over a wheel here. Still, there's a small clipping here, so let's move it up a notch. Okay, and we have this gap here that I don't really like. Okay, so what are we gonna do about that one? Well, the easiest thing would be to where's transparent mode, to select all of this and make it like so. So it's not straight as an arrow, and that one move by X here too. We are going to clip inside the wall a bit, but this bed being not perfectly straight, yeah, let's change it a bit. Okay, so the bed should be straight, rectangular like this, but it doesn't need to be perfectly straight like this. So we can move it like so. So now that's matching the curve of the wall a bit better. So that's the slipping area. Let's add some cabinets here above it, so you can whack your head while you wake up. Okay, same deal as before. Let's move the cursor here. Shift A, add cube. Scale this cube down. Let's move along x-axis till you clip into the wall. Move that along x-axis. Move that. Slide it up. Okay. And that should go here. That should go here. Okay, that is one thing. Now that looks like a kind of livable space. We can rearrange rear seats if there are any on this camper to be one sitting place here and one sitting place here. And we can now add like some working area here, like a small corner bit here with another cabinet up top, like a kitchenette area. Okay, move cursor here, Shift A, cube, scale down. Okay, so that's a bit much for that kitchenette, but let's add a cut like this, add a cut like this, then this, oops, this vertex is, okay, enable magnet, this vertex joins here, this vertex joins here, okay, so that's like a corner kitchenette area. Don't really want those don't really need those vertices to be separate from this one. Don't really want those to be separate from this one. Okay. Now face select that one. Move disable magnet. Move along y-axis till you don't clip. Move along x-axis till you don't clip. Move along the z-axis till you don't clip. Okay, so that's our kitchenette. And another kind of storage space here. Shift A, cube, scale down. Okay. So let's get this positioned right. Let's select this face and move that to a proper position. Let's move that where it doesn't clip horribly. Okay. Like so, and that. Let's okay, that is good enough for a camper. Yeah, maybe let's move this down a bit. So I want to align this cabinet here with this one. So to do this, let's select magnet mode. Let's go move by z-axis and point to one of those vertices. So that clamps it to this correct z value. Okay, now the most frustrating part is going to be texturing all this new geometry. So for now, yeah, they are all over the place, which is not good. But like I say, we have some of texturing options here. Okay. Also, let's make sure some of those never seen faces, faces don't actually exist, like this one and this one, and this one on the table. And this back face, those faces, and that back face. Okay, so that would allow us to spend more time texturing the actually valuable faces here. Okay. Okay, let's select this face loop and this face loop. They should be like about the same grayish as here. So clamp them into one dot and move them in here. Okay, so now that bedding base is grayish. Next, yeah, also those, let's split them into their own submesh. This one I want to also clamp into one dot, and I told that those white areas are not actually white. They are going to match the color of the vehicle, and I'm going to exploit that by moving this color in here. Okay, so that, and this way this mattress will actually have some color and will match the color of the vehicle. Okay, next, the table here. Okay, same deal, clamp them into one dot and move it here. And yeah, before I continue, let's make sure that this is using van seed shell. Actually, yeah, that is using a van seed shell, because all interiors do. Let's select this correct texture then. Camper shell, van seeds shell, this one, okay. Next, with those, okay, let's select this whole thing. And here I want to do something sinister, because I want those to look like they have some doors. And how do I do this? Well, we have the regions of the texture here that do have doors. So I want to select this face here and this face here. Well, just this face actually for now. And you can see that it kinda is matching where the doors are, but not exactly. So I wanted to rotate, I'll select it and rotate it by -90 degrees, and then move this down and move this up a bit, and now those cabinets, they kind of look like they have doors. Move, oops, move like this. Okay. Next, with this, I want to do the same trick. Rotate by 90 negative, and move those here, and move those up here. Okay. I'm a bit confused. Yeah, apparently those go a bit too deep under there. So can we move by Z. Okay, here. So the doors, they look like they are here. Well, have some edges down. Okay. Now those two sides are here. Okay. This one and that one I want to rotate by -90. Then I want to clamp them into one line along x-axis, and I want them to kind of fit the same positions here. Okay, this one goes by y here. Let's use the same trick here. Yeah, it uses the collapse, so grab by y and point at this vertex here, grab by y, point at this vertex here. Now those two, let's move them along x-axis this way. Okay, so that's the cabinet. And you noticed how I placed this white-ish line here up top? So now if I select those top faces here, clamp them into one dot and actually move them here. Okay, so that work surface here is also not terrible. Okay, that is now done. Now those cabinets up top. Okay, those are a bit more iffy, because if I want to use the same approach with doors I did here, I'm going to, well, not get a good results, because I can only have 2 doors in a row. But if I want this to be like 4 doors, I have to split this geometry in 2, like this. Okay, and then each of those sides, they need to be like rotate 90 negative. Let's yeah, actually let's make them upside down. Let's move this one also along this white line. Let's move this one up till the door edge is still here. Okay, and now for the X positions here. Okay, hello cluster, hi, glad to see you. I'm kind of adding, well, going over my head, adding an interior to a camper here. Please let me know if you like it. Okay, so those two I want now to edit them separately. So select this one and make sure we only move them along X. So let's select this all, G for grab, X for lock it along X-axis, and move it where the doors are kinda in the middle here. Next, select this one and same deal. Move along X-axis till we have doors here in the middle. We don't have this split here, which is kinda bad, but sometimes good enough is what you have to settle for, because we're trying to cram these images into a texture that was not designed for them. So a perfect result is not always possible. Anyway, let's select all of those, scale them into a dot. Let's move this dot here. Okay. And finally, those walls on the sides. Okay, so those, I believe I need to rotate by 90 degrees. I want them to clamp by X into 1, and I want to match them. Okay. Oh, sorry. Oh, that's a disaster. I've been working in Blender for like 20 minutes now, adding this interior to the van. Oh, God. Okay, so that's the camper interior I'm working on. I have added this rear seat. I have added a table. I added kind of sleeping area, cooking area, a couple of cabinets up top, and now I'm trying to use bits and pieces of van texture to set it all right. But yeah, apparently I forgot to switch the scene, so you were watching the code all this time. Oh, my bad. Anyway, so here, for the most parts, they could be colored by a flat thing here, but for those cabinets and cooking area, I wanted them to have doors, so I repurpose this van texture here that has doors to watch it. Okay, and trying to clip it so it looks good. Okay, so now that one and that one. Let's match this position here and this position here. So now that cabinet flows smoothly here. Same deal with those two. Let's match this here, match this here. Okay. Like I said, we don't have a good separation of the doors here, but that's just because we don't have a darkened texture here. The only thing I can think of for fixing this is to stretching those bits up to those edges of doors, but they are annoyingly not straight, so that wouldn't work either. Okay, so now finally on this set of cabinets here, same deal. I want them to be set into two sets of double doors. So let's split the geometry in two. And now let's start by selecting those two faces. Let's rotate them by 90 degrees. Try to move where the handles are visible. The handles are at the bottom where I wanted them to be. Okay. Hello, Jack. Oh, sorry to hear about your PC. I hope it's feeling better now. Yep, you can see the progress. I got a bit hung up on this van camper because I want this big window when you delete it to show that there is actually interior inside, because the camper is not supposed to be just an empty space. So that's my project for probably a better part of today. Hope you like it, and hope this works out the way I want it to. Okay, so the bottom side actually fits pretty well here with the amount of object that got clipped up there. Okay, but we want this to have double doors, so select this and moving it along x-axis makes it have those double doors. Same deal for this one. Okay. Now, those bottom bits, let's smash them into one pixel and make sure that that pixel matches this position. So now they have this white surface here. And those sides, first of all, just like we did with the doors, we need to rotate them by 90 degrees. Then I want to smash them along x-axis into one plane, and now select this face, select this one, and using magnet mode here, just move those vertices to match those positions. Okay, and here you have this flatly shaded cabinet. Same deal here. Okay, like this. So that's the cabinet. Okay, so that's the interior for camper. Interior camper. Good. Now I hope we're done with this model. At least I don't know anything I want to add, so let's re-export everything to and try set it up in game. Okay, save, export, FBX, all the usual settings, the same name, export. Now getting back to code. Yeah, sorry I was holding you all here while I was doing the interesting stuff. Okay, so the camper uses its own interior. So let's copy this internals block. Camper. Oops, Control V. So that's van camper internals. And that is vehicle's interior. I believe I called it camper, like this. Did I? I did, but just in case, let's copy paste. Okay, and that one goes all the way down here. Okay. Interior, van camper internals. Good. Next, I use the same trunk doors, the same rear doors as default, but I don't think we have those set up. Okay. So, moving here the models, we have those front doors and front windows. Yes, we're using default ones, but we can share them with the brick, so we don't need to redefine them here. Door rear left, we don't have at all. Door rear right, we have a camper door. Well, a special door here, camper. Okay, same deal with windows. We have a window rear left, though it is static window. Okay, true. And so I don't need this bone here. And probably those windows here for the rear doors. They need also to be flagged as brick specific. Brick and brick and going down here. Brick. Okay. So do we have doors? Yes, doors are correctly brick ones. Done. Okay, so that is a default van rear left window. Is it though? I believe the six-seater variant will have the double windows there, so yeah. That one is also camper specific. That is definitely a camper specific window, and it needs to be linked to two different bones here. So what are those bones? Door, camper, rear, right. Those are okay. One bone is this rear right camper door R or rear right camper door L. So those two bones are for window and for this door here. Okay, that window is static. Default hood, default windshield. Rear window is specific. That one is rear window camper, and that rear window camper is actually 3 bones animated. Okay, let's copy from here, and the 3 bones are one is trunk right bone, one is trunk left bone, and the final is trunk, well, not trunk, but vehicle bone. Okay. Next, we also have a trunk. So we have van camper rear doors. Well, those are not just camper rear doors, those are default doors. And they are called just trunk object. And technically, this trunk object only uses 2 bones, but since it's going to be an animation parent for this rear window, and this rear window needs a vehicle bone, we mention it here as well. Okay, so rear door, rear window, seats. Okay, so the seats. For now, let's just leave them be. And lights, we don't use default front lights. Well, we use default front lights, and we use default rear lights, which are currently mentioned here in this van box that doesn't use them. So let's move them from here. Okay. And like I noticed, those lights, they need to be animated. So let's copy this block here and paste it in here. But those lights, they only take 1 bone each. So that one requires a left bone. This one requires just the right bone. Okay, and those are now done. Okay, template name van camper, not camper, camper. It uses this part for rear door. So let's reintroduce it after the cab, well, the brick variant. This rear door is using this model. Front doors default van front doors. Rear left door does not exist. Rear right door uses brick specific or camper specific door rear right. Okay, the engine door is default hood. Windows, front windows use default ones. Window rear left does not need a parent, and it is using van. Camper, window rear left, rear right, it correctly needs this parent, and it is also camper specific model. Windshield default, seats, 2 front seats are default. Well, let's for now. Okay. Why is this front right? That should have been rear right, and I believe the brick is where I made this problem. Yes, this one should be a rear right. Okay, so the seats here, let's get rid of those for now. Headlights default front. I don't need brake lights, rear lights, so that clears away. Battery is default, interior is camper. Okay. That should all be done. For now, let's try to make a copy of animation here. So, the thing with those doors is now I want to have not 4 doors, not 2 doors, but 3 doors. So do we have this utility script here? So we have front right door only, no. 2 doors windowless, okay, also no. That is 4 cabrios. This is 2 full doors, okay, nope, not the one we want. Van seat doors, okay, that looks kind of similar to what we want, but maybe not exactly. So it uses door front left, door front right, middle left, and middle right doors. That's not the correct one. Okay, and it has some windows. Okay, 3 door. That sounds promising. Let's check it. It has front left, it has front right, it has middle right. Okay, maybe our door is in fact a middle right door. But can we, well, let's try to use this one and maybe even hope that that is what we want. Okay, so it's not an open bed version. We have a rear door. Let's smash it here. And seats, well, for now we have only 2 defined seats at the front, so let's use this version. We can change it later if we find that there are more seats available. Okay. Van camper. And since we determined that this door. Okay. Oh, hello, Pete. I almost missed you. Okay. Yep. Let me show you. You probably missed when we were modeling it, or yeah, I'll check it in the game when we launch it. Okay, so since we're expecting this to be a middle door, let's rename it like this here, and with those let's also call it middle window. I'm not sure if that is it, but probably it is. Oh, and we have another blessing by a bot. Okay. Anyway, let's get this template name. Camper goes in here, and the base model name. That one we use as this ID. Finally, paste it here and paste that here. Okay, so that should give us the animated camper. Now, I'm really sorry to do that to you, but there's no way around waiting for the game to start. But anyway, while we wait, how is everybody doing? I'd be really interested to know how you've been doing this last week. I'm getting really tired on my new job, and well, either I lost all my expertise in this area where my new job is, which is understandable because last time I did something like this was 6 years ago. Sorta, yeah, almost exactly 6 years ago. But or I just need to get up to speed. But anyway, an office job is kinda brutal after a few months of just being able to sit around and pour my passion into projects. And I'm just glad I can continue working on my passion projects at least on weekends. And yeah, you probably missed it before, but at the start of the stream, one viewer asked if I was going to do some playthroughs instead of just mod making, and that might not be a bad idea. So I just want to check up with you and get your opinion on it. Would you watch streams of me struggling, for example, with the CDDA challenge mode? Because, yeah, I believe I have like over 2,000 hours of Project Zomboid, and not all of that was mod making. So, just basic apocalypse mode is kind of walk in the park. But if you have other ideas for challenge runs, I'd be also glad to hear them and maybe do something like this. Just make sure that the day one or bandits modes, you see my laptop is struggling with just Project Zomboid, so CPU taxing mods like this, they are not going to fly, unfortunately. I really like to try out this day one or even week one mod that was announced recently, but that's just not something in the cards for me. Anyway, the game is loaded. Let me switch it here. Okay. Okay, so here, Peter, is the surprise I had for you. As you can see, well, yeah, first of all, we have a problem with some of those objects not showing up correctly. That is something we'll have to deal with. Does the debug log show us something along those lines? No. Okay, but here, this camper, it has kind of some interior in it. And I honestly was expecting those green objects to be shaded together with the car color, but apparently not. Yeah, that's because they're using the static shader instead. Okay, I think I know how to fix that. Do I want to fix that, though? Probably do. Though, no, not really, since I was using this from uh, the basic Spiffle van texture, well, not Spiffle van, like the basic van seats texture. If I replace it, it will have all those stripes here on the doors of the cabinets here, and that's not what I want. Okay, so green they are. Now let's check why all those items are missing. I have a suspicion, and I want to check it. Oh, let me go quick to Blender. That, yes, I forgot to re-enable armature, so it didn't get exported, and with that, all animated parts got kinda screwed. Okay. Well, PZK Animated is still under halfway there. Hey, will you recapture those? Nope. PZK Animated is still under halfway done, but maybe I could start another stream regularly. I'll keep this 4-hour stream well, until PZK Animated is done, and maybe some other mods I'd like to work on. But nobody is stopping me from doing more streams. Okay. Did I export it correctly? Yes, yes, yes. Export FBX. Do you? Okay. You have realized that there was a re-export, but for some reason you still lost all those items. Okay. And even the headlights here, which are not animated. Maybe, well, no, exporting should have helped this. Do I have a problem with scaling? Well, no, at least some of those items should have been visible then. So that's also not it. Uh, what do you mean, rest in peace? Okay. So why are the headlights missing? Let's vehicle remove and spawn a new camper. Okay, same problem. Well, before we had this camper set up and it was just a brick, it had the hood and the front doors set up correctly. So we broke something unintentionally. Okay. Vehicle creates spare wheel. Missing translation. Okay, that's not relevant. PZK van has been added. Server error. That is fine. That should not have made those items disappear. But something did. Okay. Another thing I wanted to check was with the setting of the first and last frames. Did we lose? Okay. Let's debug. Let's add diesel here. Let's other cheats. And let's check this sliding door. Yeah. Hi. Check I did. Well, anyway, yeah, the rear lights here are getting removed as needed, but front lights for some reason are missing still. On both standard and I guess this one too, but I forgot to check. Yeah, here too. Okay, as if they are animated. Are they animated? Well, the objects aren't. Some of the rear lights are. Here. Static true on the box lights. Oh. Yeah, maybe restarting the game would work. But I'm not sure. Just respawning vehicles would have helped if restarting game would work. But though, yeah, maybe a full restart. If I didn't load the proper armature, well, I had missing the whole armature missing the first time, that might have caused this big of a crash. Yeah, I'll restart the game. So please hold while I do. In the meantime, just double check all of the headlights. Let's see. On the box one, those are static true for the rear ones, static true for the front ones. And they're all just the box variants. Okay. For brig, we have oh yeah, actually here headlights. Yeah, here we have headlights, parent engine door. No need. Okay, let's fully exit the game. Okay, where's the mouse? Please show it. Okay. Stop the game. And let it start while we check the other. Okay, brig headlights. Uh, headlight right, yeah. It also had those erroneous parents. That is an issue. Not a big one, but we'll just have to fix it on the next start of the game. Okay, here. Headlight right, headlight left, all drop. Camper. Headlight left, drop. Headlight right, drop. Headlight rear, left and right actually need to be parented to this door rear. Here. So those are now done for van box ambulance. Once again, those parenting, that needs to go. Okay. That should do it. Okay. Windshield rear, door rear. Okay, that is fine. Do we have this in the camper here? Kind of afraid we don't. Okay, we don't have a windshield rear at all on the camper. Do we have a windshield rear object here on this brig? We don't. Only here on this box ambulance. Well, let's bring it back. Camper windshield rear with a parent, and here we don't have a parent because it's a static one and it's brig specific. Okay. And the game has started into the main menu. Sorry. Let's load the game. Okay, the game is loading. And is this better? Did it catch the armature? please. Well, at least the music is still playing, so hopefully it will eventually load all the stuff it needs and start playing. But for now it's hang up. Hopefully that isn't because we edited some scripts while the game was loading. Shouldn't be, but who knows. Okay. And the music cut, so the game is officially crashed, and apparently I cannot exit it. Okay. Well, at least that was just the game and not the whole stream. Let's start the game again. Actually, let me check the stats. Because I just realized I forgot to set up... yeah. Yeah, that was a lot of lag. Okay, do we have some stats? Apparently not. Yeah, the game locked up, the game crashed, now I'm trying to restart it. And in the meantime, let me free up those two CPUs from Blender. Let me those two CPUs from OBS, make it a high priority. Okay, so I, for some reason, don't have the stats panel in my OBS to check how bad this encoding is. Okay, no, I don't think that was the log file. I think that's just my PC's training to handle everything. Like, it probably just ran out of memory. So nothing that can be seen in log and fixed. And the main cause probably was because I alt-tabbed from the game as it was loading and was trying to do something else while it was loading. And, well, sometimes I get away with it, sometimes it crashes. Okay, I'm going to keep you on the placeholders. Please hold screen while the game is loading. I just want to make sure it doesn't break itself again while I try to switch scenes in OBS. Oh, that is a long wait time. But thankfully that appears to be the last of the non-conventional van variants, and the taxi and police vans that are left in PZK, those use just default models, default animations, and have maybe something static added up top. So those shouldn't be an issue. Those I should be able to add quite fast. Okay. The game is in. I can see character breathing, so there is some animations going on. The box fan did appear in its full glory. I don't like this spinny bit that indicates the game stopped responding. Okay. And it once again does not want to let me out of here unless I crash the game. Well, it went a bit further than last time. I can confirm that the doors and the hoods became visible. But for now it is officially frozen. Okay, as you can see, probably here. Yeah. Let's just cut it off. Okay. Okay, log file time. Let me find where this log is. Zomboid logs. And oof, I have accumulated quite a bit of them. Let's just purge the folder and keep that file here. Debug log. Okay, so 6 megabytes of a log just for starting the game. That does look like that we had some problem here. Okay, so that is still regular, and about here is where the crap hits the fan. GL error code encountered. Stack trace, texture, PZK camper shell 2, zombie core model. Okay. So that is not good. Okay, so we have some shader problems with the vehicles. Let's try to debug which one. Okay, so for PZK add animations, for now, let's just disable the camper. So with this camper disabled, probably, hopefully, all the crashing animations are gone and we'll be able to start the game. Then we know the issue is with the camper. If it's not with camper, maybe as we were fixing those headlights back and forth, uh, that was one bit there. I don't think that's a shader issue. I think that's an animations issue. Maybe I kind of botched some bone names in the files, though that usually would have placed the bone somewhere in, like, this animated part would have gone to a default position rather than where the bone should be. But here, I don't know. Maybe it's just mad at our armature that it has too many bones. Because, like, just this sliding door has, how many? 12 or so bones. And then we have, like, rear doors for default trunk doors. We have rear bones for those box ambulance variants. We have sliding door for default van. We have double doors for the camper van, and all that gets confusing. So maybe that is what is causing Zomboid to freak out. But hopefully that's not it. Okay. And once again, OBS lost my cursor unless I switch to game, so you're going to enjoy these are the end times loading process along with me. I'm not sure why OBS sometimes loses the cursor for the game, unless the game is the active scene. But that happens, and that is annoying. And the most annoying thing is sometimes that doesn't happen, and I don't know what the difference is. Anyway, the game is optimistic as ever. There's no hope of survival. But this is how you died. Yeah, I hopefully I wouldn't die making mods and debugging them, but maybe that's actually what I want to do. Making games and mods till I'm old age. That would be a dream. Halfway there, actually. Turned 40 this year. So while they're getting loaded, we can check things out. Yeah, the camper is no longer animated. A brig now has correct hood and front doors. It still has messed up rear doors. And the hood, well, I'd say it is also a bit misplaced. Oh, at least those front doors are fine. Those here, yeah, the window expects it to be a sliding door, but it is not. Okay, so that's still broken. And I'm interested in this the vehicle. Let's change the angles. Yeah. Okay. So that is a funny door here. So that animation here is because of this setting I showed you earlier. Here in Blender, actually, let's make it a full screen. If I go to export FBX, well, thank you very much. And yeah, apparently Blender is going to refuse to start while the game is running. Anyway, we now have confirmed two things. First is that this setting of forcing start and end frame for animation is critical for this kind of animation here. And secondly is that some animations here with the camper are what was causing us issues with game crash. Whoa. Is that really appropriate mechanics image for this vehicle? I'm not sure. Anyway, here we now can confirm that here we have rear left and rear right windows and rear right doors. And, well, rear doors, period. Okay. So that door is not middle, that door is rear. Maybe that's the cause of the problem we had with animations. Maybe not. Anyway, let's investigate further. Let's exit game. Please hold while I restart Blender. Blender also did update recently. Shader issue. Well, I'm not convinced that's a shader issue because we're not using any new shaders for the camper. Okay, here let's open recent events. Let's re-export FBX. In here, PZK events, just armature visible objects. Okay, oh, that's funny. Now you only see this dialogue here. Okay, so on animations here, I try to get rid of this checkbox here, but that is what's causing this roll window animation glitch. But still, let's make this not one, simplify, export, and you saw that before the file was 1.5 megabytes. Now I think I didn't export something really important. Yeah, the armature was back off. Okay, so let's re-export it, and now if we check the file size, it's 2.6. So just one checkbox added a full megabyte of data to this FBX export because it changed how it exported some animations. Well, I wanted to change just one animation. Instead, it adjusted all animations, and since there are quite a few of those, that added up to a lot. I wish I knew how to force, like, in this animation, just some frames to be forced export, if that option even exists here. Okay, anyway, I think we're done with Blender for now. Let's go back to text and check this camper scripts. Okay. So we have the interior, we have camper door rear right, window rear left, that is static. Let's, sorry, static true. Let's make it all caps just for consistency. I am convinced it should have worked as is, but for that, okay, here, window rear right, rear right camper door LR, vehicle camper rear right door. Here, this door should be, after all, a rear right. Okay, and the window here also should be not middle right, but a rear right. That is for one. It has parent rear right door. Model here. Yeah, that's the one. Okay. Those should be fine. Now the bend rear door shader is okay. That is something, because that should have used this shader instead. I'm not sure that is what was causing the crash, because that shader should be able to handle this rear window just fine, and that's nothing different from this trunk door. But just to make sure the shaders are in order, let's switch it. Now, ban a rear door. Yeah, that's not a camper specific door. Door rear. Okay, so that is fine. Lights here. This is the correct shader. Static false, bone weight, trunk left bone, trunk right bone. In Blender, let's double check those lights. Oops. Trunk right, trunk left bone. Yeah, those are in fact the bones we need. Okay. Now with this middle doors being done, let's get check this utility script. So we want something with 2 front doors and 1 rear door. So 2 front, rear right door. That looks like what we want. Make sure front door, front right door, rear right door, windows front left, windows front right, and rear right window is not animated. Okay, so that looks like what we want actually. So here. Okay. Well, I have no more ideas what to change before the next test start of the game. So there we go. Project Zomboid, play. Okay.
التمن يا زمن يا زمن التمن
And the game is loaded, no problems, and I just realized I am a big dummy. Because all those fixing issues with the camper, and I forgot to uncomment the animations here. So here, these camper animations are still disabled, so whoops. No surprises that the game still loaded. I mean, I'm glad it did. But oof. Okay, so stopping the game and restarting it. Okay. Next stop. So we did not fix this animation issue. And the game still crashed. Okay, that's both good and bad news. Okay. Whoa, where is the bottom row? Apparently my PC is struggling with all those crashes. Anyway, well, for now let's just disable this camper and try to fix out the brick problems with its rear doors. Okay, so that is back, okay. A lot of stuff apparently crashed along with the game, not the stream though. Thankfully we're still in online and only 10% frame loss. Woo. Anyway, let me switch to text here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. So OBS is struggling to render some frames. Not that there should be too much to render. Okay, we're stabilized. Okay. Now that's the brig script. Let's see what we have with the rear windows. So we have a model with van brig, window rear left. What do we have here for that? Van brig, rear window left, yeah, and it is using window rear left object. Okay. Well, it should be using, yeah. Okay. For some reason, yeah, those names are not correct. That window in Blender should be not box, but bed, rear right window. And same deal with rear left. It also needs all the brick windows. Should be window bed and window bed rear left and rear right. Okay, those are now done. With those two, the bones here are different. Let me check how they are named. Rear right window, bed window bone. Okay, so that is rear right bed window bone, rear left left bed window bone, and I guess the doors the same. They have just the bed in the name of the bone. Yeah, in front of door. So let's copy here. Door bed door bone, rear left bed door bone. Okay, that should do it. Door bed rear left object, door bed rear left object. Those are now fine. Here, door, rear left, brig, brig. Window, rear left, brig, brig. Door, rear left, door, rear right. Okay. That should now fix the brig. Starting the game. Please hold. And again, no cursor for me unless I switch the game to the active scene. Okay, so here we are in game. Let's check if the brig is now fixed. Well, it is doing better than it was before. With the door here being correct, in correct position, but the windows are not. And we see here, this is the spam of the missing, well, missing proper animations data, and by windows being missing, I guess that's on them. Let's check this theory by trying to remove those windows. Okay, so left window be gone, right window be gone, and there are no more spams. If we put back a left window, no spam. If we put back right window, the spam begins. Okay, so we narrowed it down to just this rear right window. By the way, rear left window, that is not spamming, but I believe it's also not showing correctly. Does it? Okay. So yeah, the window here, you see it's in some strange position. Okay. Let's get rid of those models. And let's investigate what's wrong with this rear right door. So the front windows, those are fine. Rear windows is door rear left, door rear right. That is fine. Okay. So window rear left, window rear right, window rear right, bed, window bone, window bed rear right object. Let's see what we have in Blender. Window, bed, rear right object, rear right, bed, window, bow. And I suspect that is all assigned here properly. So we don't have any other transforms here. So what's the issue? Let's check the animations now. Window. Oh. Okay, so we have no rear window open animations for the break version. That is concerning. Okay, door, bed, rear door, rear right, window, bed, rear left, rear right. Okay. So, door, rear, left, closing. Okay, so that is fine. But still, this window here is not set to anything. And that is probably the issue. So let's make a copy of this window front left open and rename it to rear left open. Save it. That should have this bone here that we don't need, but we want this bone. Let's save this as closed position. Set cursor here on this line. Yep, like this. And now our usual process of the window animations. Grab this bone by Z-axis down, grab by X-axis to the edge of the frame, like here, and rotate around, yeah, pivot around 3D cursor, rotate around Y-axis till it's hidden, like this. Okay, and save this keyframe. Unfortunately, I forgot to move it to appropriate position. So reset position here and resave it as initial frame. So that should be done. And make a copy, make it a rear right window animation. Clear those keyframes, select this bone, save initial keyframe, reposition to the last frame. Get the cursor on this edge, move down, move out, rotate by Y-axis, and the animations are now done. Okay. Okay. Save, export FBX. Okay. Well, those same settings. And try to debug it. Also, those scripting and starting game, I feel this is the parts of the stream that are least interesting, so maybe I should shove them off stream as much as possible and dedicate stream to just making models and animations. I'll try to do that starting from next stream, just to plan ahead what models I want to make, and maybe start the stream showing you the texture, the animations in game of what was done. Game, hello. It is time to show. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so that's really dark here now. Let me enable those good mod options. Let me go to general debugger, and here with game speed, let's speed it up till the night passes. Okay. Okay, so that window is now correctly positioned in place. It is now animated. That is fine. That window here... No, the window is missing, so we don't have the options to unroll, to roll it down. Let's keep the door open. And install the window back in. Okay, so no spam. The window is where it should be. So that is getting animated. Okay. So this brig is mission accomplished. So this brig van. For this box van also. The roll door is working. Those front doors. Oh. Well, what is spamming here? So apparently something in this camper. Okay, that camper, it has some animations, and now it's just spam rather than crash. Okay, that's a progress. That's some significant progress, I'd say. Anyway, let's vehicle angles, try to rotate it to... Okay, so we have the windows that are not being shown. Is this door getting open? Please tell me yes. Yes, that door is open. We can see the interior. Let's see which of those windows is the problem. So, a rear right window. Remove, nope. Rear window, yes. Rear right window. We can install it, but it's not getting installed correctly. Okay. That is some food for thought. So we have a rear right window problem and a rear window problem on the camper. Can we spawn in an ambulance? Spawn vehicle, box, fire truck. That's basically the same as ambulance. Well, apparently not for the game. It decided it also wants to hang up. Oof. Do we have logs for that situation? 2 MB, well, that's not a huge log. It's still a log. And yeah, apparently that caused the same crash here. Okay. That is the problem. But anyway, let's investigate this van camper. Oh. Let's investigate this camper rear window. What's wrong with it? Windshield rear parent door rear using camper rear window. Camper rear window uses trunk right, trunk left, and vehicle bone, and uses rear window camper object. In Blender, it is rear window camper object. Copy paste just to be safe. Nothing appears to have changed. Okay. So what's in Blender with this animation? Oh, I was in Blender this whole time. Oh, yeah. I'm getting better and better at this streaming stuff. Yay. Trunk object, vehicle trunk camper. Well, not interior camper, vehicle camper. Okay. Window rear camper. So those things, let's select armature, go to animations, let's select trunk closing animation and move it. Well, that looks fine. So all those objects seem to animate as they should. If I grab this window, well, this vehicle animate bone and try to move it, yeah, that moves this window. Okay. That is fine. Absolutely fine. What about the rear right door? Okay. What is this bone? Ah, yeah, I got it. That's for the brick. It's the window bone. Okay. rear door, rear window, window rear right is a rear right camper door R and L. So same bones as with this door here. This door works, though the window does not. Does the window have proper parent? Parent, door rear right, door rear right. Okay, so that has a proper parent. That parent uses the model with same bones. Yes, so all should be correct. And yet it is not. And when I try to have this box ambulance added, that's when it all crashed. Okay, let's scrap this for now. I'll figure out those debug options later. For now, we have two more vans we need to add models. So we have PZK van multivan and PZK van police. So let's see how they look. Let's enable this raw category. Let's disable this one. Let's disable. Let me switch to back to Blender, where the work will be. Okay. Disable armature. Select this raw collection and try to import FBX. Oh. Okay. That kind of blows. Let me find the ID. PZK. Key 321768. 321768. 3217. No, that's 321768. Okay, that one. Mods PZK, yes, correct. Models equals van multivan. Okay. Okay, so there are apparently many multivan options, and that gives me idea that, yeah, that was just the basic van and van seats. And the only van that we need are van taxi and van light bar. Okay, van taxi. Cool. So that is something we need to add. That looks like a passenger 6-seater van with this taxi thing up top. Yes. Let's get a texture on it just to confirm. Oh, and here we have the van light bar. Okay. Then seats taxi 2 and 3. Okay. So there are apparently 3 versions of those taxi vans. Let's take this first one. Yeah, that's an obvious van seats, but with this taxi item up top. So for this van, all we need is just this bit here. So that one is selected. Now we can select invert and drop all those vertices. So that is going to be van taxi. And that needs to be combined with van seats. So let's go to modifiers, generate, use this array, no offset, caps, and as a cap start, let's set this van seats object. Okay, anytime now. Okay, yeah, that is the van seats, because apparently me being a dummy, I forgot to apply all transforms here. Okay, so that is the base for the taxi, and we can move it here. Now, next thing is van light bar. That van has this light bar up front. Police van seats police shell. Okay, so that is also van seats variant. So we need holes for those doors, and we want this light bar to remain. And anything else, selection invert, please be gone. Yeah, you have already all the transforms applied, thankfully. Modifier, generate array, 1 copy, no offset, caps, and same van seats caps. Okay, so that's a police van. Yeah, that can remain named van light bar. Okay, move here. That is good. Yeah, that was a taxi import that we no longer need. Okay, so those vans are ready to be scripted. I'm going to script them now. Not going to start the game to check them on them. I hope by now you understand why. So for van scripts, let's start by having a script for van seats. Okay, let's start by this van brig. Take a copy from it. Let's rename it. Let's name it van seats. Animated copy and txt. Okay, that is all done. Next, for the start, let's name it van seats, the base model, and from Blender, this base model is named vehicles van seats, unsurprisingly. Front doors using the default ones, front windows, yes, using default ones. Doors, rear right and rear left, yes, we have those doors here, and they are kind of kind of specific to this van seats configuration, but they all other variants were using their specific ones for rear door, so no. Just they're going to be just a van door rear left, van door rear right, and their object names are also simplified. And the bones names. Okay, so windows on rear left and rear right, yes, they exist. They are animated, and they are linked not to window bones, but to door bones, because those windows don't open. Okay, so like that. We use default hood, default windshield, and we have our own rear window. Do we have it here? Yes. Nope. We want this rear window seats. Okay, so that is going to be a specific for seats variant. Now, seats, we have middle seats and we have rear seats, and they are specific for our seats configuration. So let's name those here and make a copy and rename those to middle left, middle right, and here also mention middle instead of right. Okay, seats are done. Lights, we use default front lights, and the rear lights we inherit from camper. And in camper they are just, named default van lights. Cool. And the rear door we also inherit here from camper. Okay, so now we do have this rear door. We have front doors, we have middle doors. I remember that. Yeah, but those can still mention it as a rear. Engine door is default, windows fronts are correct, windows rear are, all the parts are middle windows, middle left, middle right. Models, no worries. Here parent names, yeah, those are also middle, that I is, nope, that is still I, not E. Windshield, okay, windshield rear is specific for seats. Seat front right, seat rear left, seat rear right. Seat middle left and middle right. MRML headlights, headlights rear, also use default van parents. Okay, in camper, yep, sorry. Okay, that should be all we need to do for those van seats. Well, for the basic van seats variant. That is called multi-van in animations. So let's add its animations profile. Okay. We're going to struggle with it a bit. So the base profile name is the same as the base model name because of my lazy hack. Template is animate. No, okay, yeah, I forgot to rename it here. Seats. Animate doors. That is fine here. And finally, we need to set up those two. Okay, so seats, yeah, that is easy. We have 6 seats. That is not a question. Rear door, yeah, we have rear door. But here, this door profile, that is what we need to look at. Okay, so we have a middle right door, but don't have here we don't have the middle left door, so that is not the profile for us. Next, let's check further. That is 4 doors. I believe that's 2 front, 2 rear doors. Yep. Is it? Yes, van seats doors. We have front left, front right, middle left, middle right. Okay, so that's the door profile we want. Good thing I remember I saw it earlier. Okay, so that is the profile we want to link to vehicle ID now. So that is called van multivan. Now we also have 2 similar vans we processed. One is called van police. And the last one is called van seats taxi. Okay, this. Now for those, we can't use this profile because it uses the incorrect base mesh for them. They need all those extra bits on top. And in addition, they also require a different shader. So first of all, let's make a copy of those, this base model here. And let's name it van seats, or van police and van taxi. Those are two extra profiles. They will both have to use a different shader here. Let me find where is that. No. Fancy done. Yes, that's the shader I want. Cool. Now with this shader, we can just reuse the same parts here. That's not going to be an issue at all. But maybe we should split it into its own script, because it's going to redefine a lot of parts and use this no random shader for them. Oh yeah, that's Control C, Control V. Let's rename it, make it NR, short for no random. Okay, and so here we want to delete this bit. Here we want to delete this bit here. Next, doors, rear doors, yes, we're redefining them with an NR suffix. Windows, we are reusing the same ones, so those get dropped. We also want front doors that are defined, I believe in brick. This is, yes, door front. Let's copy them in. Let's add them an NR suffix. Okay, so those are doors. Now rear window is a window. Seats we also don't redefine, none of them. But we want to also redefine the rear doors that we used here in Camper. So that one is and R. So now those front, rear doors and the trunk door all need to use this shader here. So let's replace all mentions of this shader with this one. Then now here those animations, let's add another suffix and use an R for all the relevant parts. Is the trunk, front doors, middle doors. Okay, so we also need this engine door, windows, no, windshield, wind rear, seats, yeah. So just the hood. Let's copy it from here. Let's replace this shader. Let's add another suffix. Now this engine door is, you can see here, it highlights we have two mentions here. So yeah, that is correct name. Save. Save. Okay. That is all done. Cool. Next, go to animations. Let's make a copy of this one. Name it I use this police A as ID, use this template name here, and all of that stays the same. Next, I want to add a profile with a different name, but is identical to this police one. And I want to name it based on this base model, taxi. So here let's set taxi using this animations profile, and then police using that animations profile. Okay, and uncomment them. And the final one, we have one more van variant here in PZK Mod. So let's copy this seats animated file, and that is Van McCoy. Actually, I think I shouldn't have copied this one, but not a huge deal. Anyway, that base model is going to be just vehicles van, like the most basic van there is. We don't need to redefine any rear doors for it, or rear windows, or additional seats. All of that can go away. In the template, that is going to be Van McCoy animated doors. We have rear doors, we have front doors, we don't have middle doors, we have front windows, we have no middle windows, windshield, rear windshield. Okay, so rear windshield, that we might want to redefine. That is valid. Okay. So let's name it just van rear window, and the object name for it is unsurprisingly just a rear window. So okay, a rear window, it should be animated the same way the rear doors are animated here. Let's take the camper and copy this bit from here. So that is for the basic rear window doors, and for van seats, that's gonna be this bit here. Okay, all of those, let's save them. That model name goes into windshield rear. Two of them, seats. Front left, there are no middle seats. There are no rear seats. Headlights are okay. Rear headlights need parent. Let's copy this from van camper. It says parent door rear. Okay, and here with these van seats, that is also the case. Good. Now, McCoy means that that is likely going to be just one paint variant. So that is probably better suited with no random shader, and meaning we need those NR variants for trunk, doors, and hood. Thankfully, there are only a few of those here. Okay, that script is done. Now let's register it with animations. Okay, copy this. Nope, not this. That's actually a rear door version. 2 seats works fine. It's just that we want 2 doors also. Okay. That's the template. That is the base mesh. Is it? Yeah, why is it seats here still? Let's name it McCoy. Okay, and that vehicle ID is here. PZK Van McCoy. Okay, let's make it fit. Let's put those in alignment, save, and we are now done. And probably we're done with all those van variants. So here in Blender, this file, let's save and export it one last time. Make sure all this collection is visible, all this is visible, those two are not. Okay, oh, sorry, I got a bit here. Sorry, I got a bit carried away, didn't notice. Hello, Shana Aiden. Yeah, um, I have just one screen, so I sometimes get carried away and lose track of chat. I'm fine, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Okay, so we're almost done with this file. Let's save. Let's export. Set export FBX. Same deal as before. Just press export. Okay, and hopefully that is all now done. Okay, what we want to do next? Let's get back to our trucks file that we worked on before. So here we have all the processed ones that go here in text. We can see that we did bed, a flatbed truck, box truck, cab truck, dump truck. Okay. In my reference for all those variants here, we have, okay, I haven't marked those. Bed, box, cab, dump, and I remember dump truck was giving us some trouble. But next on the line is fire truck that we should have started working on. Here is the trunk for fire. Yeah, those small doors here. Okay, vehicles, fire engine. So that looks like that is also done. Doors are matched, hood is matched. Okay, so I believe that one is also mostly ready to be scripted. With the exception of animations, I believe this armature, yeah, it still has no bones for those hatches down here. Okay, so let's add them. Let's select this door, go to edge mode. Am I on the right scene? I am not. Okay, so here is the fire truck, and we added those hatches here as the trunk doors, but we need animations for them, well, bones for them first. So let's select an edge around which one of those hatches will pivot. Shift S, cursor to selected to move the cursor to the middle of this edge. Now exit edit mode. Here, select armature, tab to enter edit mode, Shift A to add another bone. Well, that bone now needs to be less length and should be named trunk fire left bone. Let's copy and stop editing this bone. Okay. Next, let's do this for the other hatch. Move cursor to where it should pivot. Go to armature, Shift A, select this bone, set its length to something smaller, paste the name, and change left for right bone. Okay, so those two bones are now done. Next thing to do is to make sure they are animated. With armature selected, go to animations tab here. Now we need to select this. Yeah, the correct action is trunk closing, and it already involves a lot of bones, mostly this bit here for the rolling shutter door. But we wanted to have this door, those two bones. Okay, so let's start with this one. 41 is the end frame where it should be closed. So it is this position, so close it here. Now, frame 1 is where it should be open. So let's make sure we're pivoting around its median point, and okay, that is how this bone should be open. Let's save it, but you see that this is a problem. It is not moving along with the bone because it's not linked yet. How do we link it? Well, same as before. First, we want select this object, then shift, no, not shift. Select this object, control, select armature, go to viewport, control P, and pick armature deform. So now that object has this modifier here with and is actually parented to this armature, but because they're in different collections, it is also accessible here. Now let's add vertex groups for the bones. One for fire trunk fire left bone, and one for trunk fire right bone. Okay, And for those two vertex groups, we need to assign vertices to them. So tap to enter edit mode, go here and hovering over this selected vertex, press L to select everything linked to it. So this whole hedge should be linked to this left bone. And then select this vertex, L, and all of them go to right bone. Exit edit mode, and voila. This hedge is now animated. Going back to animations, this bone, 40 is the end frame, so that is when it's closed. Move to frame 1, rotate, and that is where it is open. I am not worried that those two are not perfectly symmetrical, because those imperfect animations actually make them look more natural. Okay, so now they close or open. Okay, so that should be it for the fire truck. Okay, what is the next on the agenda? That should be truck tanker 1. Okay, truck tanker 1. Go to layout, select this raw collection as a target, because we're going to be importing some new models. File, import FBX, find correct, looking for correct folder. Yep, sorry. So that should show you this dialog. Here we found correct folder, and here let's search for tanker. Okay, we have tanker 1, tanker 2. This time we're working with 1. So that is the model. Okay, let's switch back to Blender so you don't see those extra windows all the time and don't have to struggle like I do. Okay, so this cab here is actually something we have shared among those components. So we have this basic cab here that is already having all the windows cut out, the hood cut out, the engine bay cut out, because all of those are getting animated. So here we can get rid of this whole cab and even the light bar here up top. Yeah, we have the light bar as a separate component from other trucks. So on this one, go to edit mode, side view, transparency, face select, and everything here can go away. And as you can see, we still have this cab. Okay, I don't think we have anything else that can be shared, except maybe the rear lights. No, I don't see those usual rear lights. Where are those? Yeah, that technically can be enabled here, but I don't think this truck is using those. Okay, what rear lights are you using? We'll have to figure out by applying correct texture. Once again, let's find correct folder. Yes, that is the folder with old images. Let's search for tanker. Tanker, subject tanker, where is? Okay, so that doesn't look like it's using a tanker. Uh, the name for the texture, maybe fire will give us better results. Fire truck shell. Franklin truck fire shell. This one. Okay, yeah, that kind of fits. And here we can see those lights here. And feel like those can be shared with this fire truck. Where is it? Oh, yeah. So this fire engine, let's set its texture to also fire shell. Yeah, those two. Can they be interchangeable? Nope, they cannot. They are wildly different. Okay, not a biggie. Not a big problem. So, to cut out all those lights, since this box and this box is quite rectangular, we can start by using inset operation. So select both those faces, make sure you're in individual origins mode, so those two rectangles can be inset individually. Then and move your mouse in till about here, where this bottom line matches where those lights should end. Now, this edge and this edge, select them, press X and dissolve edges. Now, since this is a pure rectangle, we can use double G to slide it in place. Okay, so slide those sides to match where the lights are. Same deal here. Like so. And that is a good chunk of cutting those lights out done already. Then we need to use knife to cut out the rest. Okay. Okay, that does not appear to phase it too much. Okay. Okay. So that is, I'm trying to mark, put vertices on where those sides of the lights are. So like this, like okay, this and like this. Okay, so now those sides are fixed. We can move this vertex inwards and this one to match this bottom shape. Same deal here up top. Move those slightly in. Okay. Next, keep cutting those out. using established vertices. Okay, so that is one. A cut, so that is another. Okay, so those done. P selection. Okay, and like with any time we cut out while those modifiers are active, let's drop this modifier from here because that should be just that. Actually, you know what? I think I forgot to check the variant. Maybe we have some problems with those same modifiers adding more geometry there. I'll have to double check it later. And I'll let you know if that was the case. Okay, here, 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 done, here, 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 done, here, here, done, that one goes here, that into here. Okay, so that is the other side of those headlights. Cut, select them all, P to move them into the object, and on that object drop this modifier. Okay, those should have names light, fire, engine, rear left, object, save, and rear right object, save. Okay, so those two now, when they're turned off, we don't want those holes to exist. And also that is some, guess I messed up some of those vertices. X dissolve vertex. That one, let's slide it in here. That one, let's slide it in here. Okay. Kinda misclicked a couple times. So let's select all those edges here. All the edges here. Make sure they are sharp. Then extrude by y-axis inwards a bit with individual origins as 0 to clamp each into its own cover. Next, C for paint select. Mouse wheel to resize it to something smaller. Okay, face mode. Still paint select. Get all those painted. Alt-N to smooth them out. And in UV editing, let's clamp them into 1 pixel and select something grayish here. So now those are the holes where the lights should be, and when the lights are installed, they fill those holes. Okay, yeah, I noticed that I overdid this trim by about 15 minutes, so that would be a good place to stop. Thank you for being here. Hope to see you next week. Goodbye. And remember, if you have some questions or requests for if you want me to do something on the next stream, feel free to leave those in the comment section. Well, see you next time. Goodbye.